till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Okay. Oh, stressing. All right, let's take a look at what we need to do for Mollog's Maw. I think we might be able to work on most of these guys all at once. Basic full screen. What up, V? So I feel like Mollog himself, the airbrush work on it, is basically where it needs to be as a primary before we start working on layers. It covers most of the function of him how I want. Basing we'll have to just do separate, most likely. But it hits most of the effects in a way that I like. There's some things here that looks like I'm going to need to fix them. I don't know how they happened. For the most part, oh, that might have been me pulling the tape off. That's fine. I think we'll work on the little guys, get them started. And yes, first Rogue Trader tournament coming up. It's so stressful, man. How do we approach this? I feel like for this one, we just do the fluorescence on the cloud. We just go from like a, maybe like an orange to a chartreuse or something. I don't know. I personally don't use thinner in my paints because Golden High Flow comes with enough thinner pre-built into it. A lot of the Vallejo airbrush paints are already thinned enough that I don't need to worry about it. The primer that I buy comes pre-thinned. It's why there's usually a clear little layer in there. You have to just shake it up a lot. It really comes down to what you think you need. The way it's been put to me that I understand is if you look at it and you kind of like shake it back and forth in the cup, if it has the same consistency as skim milk, that's probably fine. Now, if you're unfamiliar, if you put skim milk in a cup and you shake it back and forth, there's usually a very thin layer of skim milk along the outside of the cup that then comes up as you tilt it the other way and then goes away. So if you can get it to that point, that's what people said is good. But I like literally unthinned. Unthinned, zero thinner, no thinner at all. We used Vallejo airbrush, we used Golden High Flow, we used ink, like unthinned. We used the gray primer, unthinned. It just, again though, it depends on where you are. Like there's no one answer is the trick. What's up, Darth? Yeah, I'm bringing Sea Knights because I don't want to think that hard about the game. The problem is one of my teammates is bringing demons, which means I cannot bring demon allies, which was my hope so that I could do side missions, but it's fine. The question that I'm constantly thinking of now is what missions do I take? Because I'm only knights, I'm gonna have 2 knights that come in from reserve, which means turn 2, board edges. Turn 3, that's when I can put them behind enemy lines. And if I get a mission that I draw that's like, yo, be in the enemy side by like turn 1, I'm kind of screwed. I've streamed on Twitch for like over a decade to just 0 viewership. I had weird times though where I had good viewers. I don't know why. Like it just came out of nowhere. How are we gonna do this? I feel like we just brushed this. Because I can do the blend with the high flow. I can just put the green up and then do the shorters, which means our focus is gonna be on the model itself. And I think for all the models, we're gonna do the same thing, which is cobalt and magenta. We're gonna do like a cobalt magenta blend. On YouTube, half a year, not long. Cobalt. We could go brighter. I like the cobalt. We could go brighter. Cobalt's fine. I'm really liking the light magenta. Light magenta actually played out really well. If it clogs your airbrush, yeah, put thinner in it maybe till it has that skim milk consistency. That's probably the way to go. Also, don't hesitate with flow improver, because if what you're saying is that it clogs it but it comes out, oh, what's up, animated? Friday, people showing up. Jesus. Yesterday, no one gave a shit. We had like 4 people in chat, which is still cool. But dude, I'm so stressed. I'm sitting here just thinking about the missions. Because I think I have to, like in my brain, I'm like, oh, I should just go fixed. But then I'm looking at the missions we're supposed to be doing. I don't think I can go fixed. Because if I go fixed, what I'm focusing on is engage on all fronts. And then the rest of the fixed missions only works into some armies. Like there's a limit, right? Because you can only score 20 points per card. So if I go assassinate, there have to be X amount of characters on the opponent's side. Yeah, because flow improver prevents drying in paint. That's the big thing about Flow Improver. Thinner dries faster, Flow Improver dries slower. Which, if you're clogging but it's coming out at first, there's a chance that the airbrush itself, while you're using it, is pushing the stuff through, and then the air is drying it on the tip of your airbrush, causing it to clog, potentially. Do you have your pressure set high? Because usually when I prime, I always try to set it to like 3 or 4 or something. I try to go like decently high on pressure versus color. Speaking of which. So again, today, we're gonna be going back and forth between muting and unmuting my mic as I airbrush so you guys don't hear the compressor freaking out. Cleaner. No, I need a game plan. I actually internally, like, dude, I was kind of stressed before, but we just had a powwow last night where we all talked about what our plans was for the game. Like what we were gonna do, because it's a 4v4, so you have to kind of determine best matchups, and then you have to game the system, which I don't think we did properly, honestly. Yeah, so 30 psi I think is the right amount usually for airbrush or for primer. So the way, and I described this yesterday to those who haven't seen this new format for team games. Both teams go, all right, these are our defenders, right? Both teams do that. Then both teams go, all right, well, these are our attackers. This happens simultaneously. So like, we won't know who these are till they know who these are. And same thing with the defenders and all that. At this point, the defenders now go, oh, I like this list. I'll fight this list. And then these guys go, yeah, this list is mine. These two are now matched. And then the 2 people who haven't gone yet are now matched as well. So this is a puzzle. This is a puzzle. Our assumption is in the first round, because there's a Tau player. Oh, I have to pull the packet up, man. The first mission I think is it's Chilling Rain, so nothing secondary. It is the shallow side, like the short side setup, like diagonal across the short side, not the long side. And it's the kill more, hold more. Right? Like that's all it is kill more, hold more. And we're going up against probably the top potential team to win, next to one of the other teams that's there. Like that's our first matchup, is the team that's probably going to win the whole event. We're going up against people from Art of War. We're going up against people from, I think I saw, like, I've seen teams that are active online at teaching people how to play the game and taking wins. We're going up against people who won LVO, or at least placed top 5 in LVO. That's who we're going up against at this small tournament in a gaming store. That's what we're doing. Like, what the hell? This is my 2nd tournament, probably my 3rd game with my Knights Army. Like, this is not a good idea. I'm bringing Chaos Knights. It's an offbeat list. Most people who go Chaos Knights go all War Dogs. I am not. Oh, I hate this song. There are a lot of people. Let's see. Normally you go also with Boss Fight Edition. So I'm going Chaos Knights, 3 Brigands and a Castigator, 2 Executioners, 1 Desecrator, 2 Huntsmen. My idea is to put the Huntsman in reserve to threaten board edges with anti-tank, anti-monster things that could come off the side of the board, or even good, decent anti-infantry melee that I could send into melee from the side of the board. From Rapid Ingress or not Rapid Ingress. Honestly, I'm hoping I go 2nd every game. I'm going to hide everything round 1. I want to see what the enemy does in the opener, and then I want to go. But if I go first, I have no clue what I'm going to do. There's a bunch of them on a bunch of different teams. No, I don't have the Castellan. I'm also Chaos Knight, so that would be a Tyrant, and I wouldn't be able to teleport it. I'd have to put it in reserves to do the full harpoon gun function. I got hit with the harpoon gun in my first tourney. I understand the harpoon gun. To be clear, the matchups in this tournament right now, I am the only full Chaos Knights player. Everyone else in the game has Chaos Knight allies. One has a triple Brigand Bomb. Actually 3 people. One has a triple Brigand Bomb. One has a single Brigand. And then one has 2 Carnivores. And that's it. So my plan is Castigator Brigands need to position well turn 1, and then turn 2 pop out and wipe out everything possible that they can, because that is so much firepower going into so much stuff. The Desecrator needs to be in a position to possibly catch their backline artillery off guard, because it's a 72-inch range gun, and it is one of the strongest las cannons in the game. It is just one of the strongest las cannons in the game. 2 Executioners screen around the Desecrator to try to keep things from getting to the Desecrator right away, because if they try to go for the Desecrator, I could at least make the choice to send the Desecrator that way with his anti-tank melee weapon and try to wipe out whatever's over there. And that'd be fine. I don't care about losing an Executioner if my Desecrator gets to still take a shot at something and then punch something to death, potentially. That'd be super fun. And then, of course, the Huntsmen come off the side of the board and on their own try to bring down a monster or a vehicle or sprint into enemies. Like, it's a whole thing. But I'm missing... We gotta paint. We gotta paint, guys. I'm missing my demon allies, so I can't outmaneuver people with deep strikes and all that stuff, which that's usually super important as a Knights player, is to have at least a small handful of allies to perform tasks. So I don't have that. Which is why I'm worried about frickin' going tactical, which I think I have to go tactical because I don't have any way to generate command points. So I might run out of command points. I might be okay turn 1 sacrificing a card I can't do for a command point, and then just trying to prevent my opponent from doing things that they want to do. Like, that's... I don't know what else to do there, man. Like, this team is... It's not the best. It shouldn't be the worst. The maps themselves, there's going to be 3 versions of the maps. There's a light, medium, and heavy version, which means some maps are going to have a really tight middle area where we can't really see into it from the outside. And then the light ones are going to be very spread out. The buildings are going to be very open. It's going to be more accessible to a lot of vehicles, a lot more firing lines. But almost every team we're going against has a Devilfish parking lot. Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking. Well, Feel No Pain is only melee. 4+ invuln is the shooty. So if I get stuck in melee, sure, Feel No Pain. But from shooty, the idea is I can throw the Castigator in, and if it's big enough shooty, because he has a -1 to all incoming AP, I might activate the 4+ invuln. It depends on what the army has in it that they're shooting at me with. If they're trying to saturate fire on me with like low AP or no AP items, then I won't worry about it, because the Castigator can take a beating. All right, let's get the magenta going on the top halves of these. No, yeah, core strats for me, tank shock from the Castigator, most likely. Potentially tank shock. Oh, this is not the right bottle. Potentially tank shock from the Desecrator if something behind enemy lines gets really scary. The big one is long leash. The moment combat happens, the moment where I'm like, yes, it is time to activate and shoot. That is 1 point long leash, guaranteed. Desecrator long leashes into the Brigands. The Brigands try to stay within range of the Castigator's 6-inch aura. That way the Brigands, hitting on 2s, rerolls 1s, sustained hits. That's their full set of abilities. They fire at the closest thing to them, plus 1 AP. Like, it's such a devastating ball of fire that it's just nice. And then hopefully whatever they're shooting into dies. Like, genuinely, hopefully whatever they're shooting into just dies. Castigator with his 18 rounds of decent anti-elite shooting, like, just try to kill stuff. It's the whole goal. And I think I have a weird introduction to the Knights because I've used a Desecrator twice now. Oh, also Ghost Walk. Considering the map, Ghost Walk is actually going to be huge. The ability to walk through walls. But my introduction to the Desecrator for the 2 games that I've used him so far, he one-shot a Monolith, and he one-shot a Mortarion. So I have a very skewed view of how the Desecrator works. Because in both of those instances, he rolled so many 6s on the wound roll. Like, he hit with everything. And then, like, 2 of the wound rolls became 6s, which meant dev wounds into the Monolith because you get dev against vehicles monsters, and then dev wounds into the Mortarion because vehicles monsters. So I was just like, and devs. And then the one that I didn't get as a dev would just fail. The person would not make the invulnerable save. And then the damage rolls for everything was like 5s and 6s, which the Desecrator I think is D6 plus 4? D6 plus 4 or D6 plus 3. So, like, or either that or he is the D6 plus 6. One of them is. I keep getting them mixed up with Mutilate Vortex Beasts, because MVBs are also extremely powerful with their short-range beam attack. Chaos Knights. Desecrator. I think it's D6 plus 4. D6 plus 3, yeah. Okay. So I was just rolling like 9s and 8s into people. Just chucking 9s and 8s. Just have fun with it. Wiping them off the board. Now, let me get this, let me blow the air through this, get this out. And I know people have been like, yo, Despoiler, you need to run the Despoiler. Looking at the lists that I'm going up against, the Saturation Fire Battle Cannon Despoiler would not have been a good idea. They have enough armor that it wouldn't have mattered. Like, it's, I don't know, man. It's so rough what I'm going into, what I'm looking at. Or contrast medium, maybe. I have no idea what lamina medium is. I haven't used it. The only enhancement I was able to fit on my team was on my Castigator. My Castigator has the -1 to AP of incoming attacks. That's why he's part of the Wrecking Ball up front. Because he's just going to be going in and he's probably going to get shot at by a lot of stuff. At which point I need him to possibly survive for at least 3 turns. So I figure going between the 4+ invuln from shooting, as well as the -1 to AP, as well as if there's something really crazy melee-wise coming in on him, he can shoot it in the shooting phase, if possible, providing it a -1 to its hit. So, like, he does have that ability. It only works against infantry, which I think is batshit crazy, considering that the, what is it? The Thousand Suns Forge Fiend is able to do the same thing against vehicles and monsters as well. I think, oh, it's not just infantry. I can do infantry beasts. I can't do vehicles monsters with the Castigator, but basically, yeah, you just shoot whatever nearby scary squad of melee, or if there's a distant squad of shooters, then you can shoot them if you want, if you can get line of sight on them, and then get the -1s out there, so that they're just stuck. The people I'm going with, though, they know the place I'm going, right? They know the people there. I'll look up Lamina Medium, actually, in a second here, now that you've piqued my interest on what the hell that stuff is. So the people I'm going with know the people. I'm not expecting the Little Knights to do it, but my Castigator went into anti-tank orcs in melee and survived for 3 turns. It's the weirdest thing ever. He's actually really good. He's a really solid unit for being a Wrecking Ball. No, yeah, it's 36 shots, AP 1-2, but like, the strength is way lower than what most tanks are. So it's great anti-infantry, but like looking through the lists, I'm going into like tons of predators and stuff. It's actually obnoxious. And my rolling filter has never been good. Like, this is the big thing I have an issue with, is that I feel like once in a while I have a spike of rolling that's just like God tier, and then for the most part it's just like, oh, I need 3 2+. Oh, I got none. Oh no. This is where everything goes downhill. Let's see. Lamina Medium. People do use is Lamina Medium just laminate? Apparently, yeah, you do use it on minis. From Lamina on medium. No, yeah, I have huge feel no pain moments with like Death Guard and stuff and Kill Team, but like, man. Okay, so the first tournament I went to, my list was a feel no pain list as 1,000 Suns. I actually went feel no pain on 1,000 Suns list. I had Mutilated Vortex Beasts. I had Shaman in squads of Enlightened, giving them feel no pain. I had a bunch of Chaos Spawns, so feel no pain there. Everything was a 5+ invuln, 5+. It's a matte medium? I wish I knew how it worked. If it's just a medium, well, is it a matte lamination medium? Why is it called, is it just the brand? Or is it Lamian medium? Is that what you're saying? Lamian. What do you use Lamian medium for? It's an acrylic medium without pigment. It's a okay. No, this isn't a good thinner or contrast. So the way chemically paint works is you always have like a pigment, right? I actually have pigment, actually. This is a powdered pigment. This is a powdered pigment. You're supposed to put this into that medium to make it basically like a regular paint. So it'll thin paints technically, but the medium itself is like still the same thickness as anything else. But yeah, strategically speaking, I'm just trying to figure out how to play into most of the teams that we're going against. I'm the only full Chaos Knights player that's going there. I'm actually seeing a lot of Thousand Suns here, which is weird because I literally just watched a tournament where all the biggest players said that they are not going to play Thousand Suns at team tournaments because the sheer amount of things that the Thousand Suns can do could make you make the wrong choice, so they don't want to go through that. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's probably why I'm not going to Thousand Suns in my first big 4v4. Like I did in the first game with a sweat list. Like I don't want to do that. So I kind of like walked away from it and then went into Knights to try to be like, all right, I know they're not great, but they're still kind of a thing. They still have potential. I just need to maximize that potential into certain armies because my firepower is pretty impressive in this Knights list. It's really impressive for firepower, for like anti-infantry specifically, but there's also good potential for anti-tank. Let's go with the Cobalt. Here we go. Yeah, Flow Improver is a bit closer to a paint retarder that prevents it from drying for a little bit. It's not as strong to my understanding because I've used Flow Improver in paints and the amount of time it increases between the paint applying and drying. It's a little bit, but it's never anything where I'm like, oh my god, it's the craziest thing in the world. It's taking forever to dry. It's usually just like, yeah, let's give it an extra minute or two. As long as you don't overdo it. If you overdo it with thinner or Flow Improver, it will move around almost like I guess contrast, because it'll just slide into things. It'll be too liquidy for you to like apply evenly. All right, now we gotta actually pick colors. Ugh. Yeah, I need water. it would friggin' collect into single dots. It could coffee stain more easily. Like, it's just a whole thing. Let me, I need to grab my water. So, we gotta figure out paints with these guys. Thinking this guy's gonna maybe, we'll probably lean into the red skin idea with him a little bit. This guy's gonna be weird. I love this model. Its ability called It's a Rock. And then you have a card that you can cast in the game that's called It's Not a Rock. So this guy appears on the board in a hex and makes all nearby hexes snare spots, and then he just hangs out. You can't even select him to do things for the most part. Like, he just chills. Walking mushroom cauldron. How do we paint this guy? We're gonna use some grays, I think. We'll do like blue grays, maybe. Thought I had a really good blue gray recently. Which reds do I have? I'm pretty sure this is gonna be opaque or transparent enough that it might be an okay base, and then we're gonna have to layer paint red over top of it for highlight. That might be fine. I might be okay with that. What else do we got? For the little guy, what do we do for the little guy? We got brown. We got an okay brown. Carbon black. It's a alizarin crimson hue. That one's dark as hell. I could have swore I had a decent... Oh, we have that... Where is it? We have the paint that I use for my lighting. Ah, light phthalo blue. That is a bit bright. I think the girls with their nails done now. I'm gonna have to raid my Vallejo box. I can feel it. I think the cauldron we try to do as like a dark mid-gray maybe. I think that might be good. Like a blue-gray. Let me go check. Supposedly this this wireless lapel mic has some good distance to it. So, into my closet, everyone. I gotta remember to grab these boxes. Oh, all my knights staring at me with anticipation in a way that makes me feel like they know that they're not gonna win. I'm a little stressed. I'm still a little, oh, that's actually not bad. Yeah, I'm definitely a little stressed because we were talking at the end, and I think they tried to do the whole like, hey, don't worry about it. Definitely aim to win, but like if shit goes off the rails, don't worry about it. But the way it was worded when we were talking about it, the one guy was like, look, I'm gonna try to win. I'm gonna do my best to win. I am aiming to be like top 5, right? I think he meant our whole team, which is now like, oh no. like, oh no. Because in my first tournament, I had a lot of moments where I was like, oh sweet, we're gonna win. Which immediately turned into, oh, that sucks. Like, just the journey from, oh, I got this, to, oh, crap. We're gonna try this red. I'm gonna try it. Light green, I kind of like the idea of. Most of this is dark green. I bought a whole box of military colors, and I hate it. Ooh, gray blue. Gray blue will work. So now I'm like, oh no, the stress is on me. And the more we talked about where my army should go in the picking layers, like where I should be placed for who goes first and whatnot, the more they were like, hey, let's put Evan up as the defender. Let's put him in. And I'm like, oh no, guys. Oh no. Oh no. Like the stress. The stress is so great. I feel, and the thing is, I kind of suggested it because there's a lot of lists in this game where there's an anti-tank list, and we feel like, personally, game theory wise, if I get put in first, or if they know what our team is, when they choose what's going to go up first, they're going to try to hold on to the anti-tank to try to catch me, because if they can catch me with the anti-tank, then that's just free points. You bring it down, and then whatever else you can pull off, you're at full points. There's nothing I'm doing about it. So they're gonna try to catch me with the anti-tank. But not all teams have 2 anti-tanks. They have a full anti-tank, and then they have an okay anti-tank that I could maybe deal with. So the idea from our perspective is, I will be defender, they're going to hold the anti-tank. They're going to put against me 2 of the best options they have, in one being something I might be able to handle, the other being something I won't be able to handle. I will always pick the thing I am able to handle slightly, and then send the thing that I can't handle to the other 2, who hopefully the 2 we pick are going to at least... one of them will have a chance, and the other one will be decent against both things over there. So if the person picks the guy who is going to kill him, then the one who has a chance will go the other way. But if the person goes, well, I only have a chance against this other guy, I have no chance against this one, and neither do you, then it's a Sophie's choice, and then maybe they'll just choose. Dude, honestly, what they should do with knights is make it so that every single one of the knights and I'm talking not just chaos, I'm talking imperial. I think this would be the most hilarious thing ever. Every single knight needs more adaptation to it, right? Like despoiler level adaptation, or even what, stalker level adaptation for the little guys. And you should be able to pick your loadouts at the beginning of every game. That would be the craziest rule for a faction ever. Is just straight up like, oh, you're infantry? All right, well, I'm gonna get rid of all my meltas. Switching completely over to Gatling cannons. Like, you just go from anti-tank to anti-infantry, and it's just like, here we are. All right, let's fight. How wild would that be? Oh, you're super fast and melee? Well, I'm gonna get this front line together of just melee guys. Let me get this going. All my big guys, I'm gonna give them flamethrowers. Here we go. Because that's the whole lore, right, with knights, is that the moment a knight house is conscripted into a fight, they look at it and they go, okay, there's a lot of vehicles down there. I think I'm going to equip all of my las cannons and meltas and everything, and then they drop into the fight and they're just like, and all vehicles dead. Yeah, I win. That's their whole point. I am fully equipped for anti-infantry and anti-elite infantry with a tiny taste of anti-tank. Tiny little taste. In my brain, I'm still kind of in 5th edition where meltas were really good against tanks. I feel like meltas are not great against tanks anymore. Oh, dude, yeah. Army rule by magnets. 100% army rule by magnets. And I did. Everything of mine is magnetized except my abominate. But like, I'm trying to find the place for meltaguns, and I have demon breast spears on the huntsmen as well as the brigands. And I'm like, oh, this will be good. But then I look at it and I'm like, oh, what do I actually shoot these into? Like, there was a Knights player in chat. Is there a specific thing you aim for with those Meltaguns? Because I keep looking at them, and every single time I look at them, it's a massive risk shooting it into anything armored because of its low strength. It's just a massive risk for me to be like, oh yeah, let me fire into this Predator. Like, it feels like it's meant to kill mid-tier elite units. And that's it. And I don't know why. I kind of hate it. I always assumed Meltas were going to be consistently, like, good into vehicles from close range. Like, long range, sure, be like a weird mid-elite killing device. But close range, that should be a tank killing device. I feel like. Right? Let me pull them up. Yeah. Okay, so Huntsmen actually aren't bad. It's the regular Meltas that suck. So strength 12. Okay, I'm a little happier with my Huntsman. I think I'll be okay with the Huntsman then. I think, do the Brigands have the same rating? Yeah, okay, Brigands have the same rating. Okay, I'm not that bad anymore. No, yeah. Everyone has bad luck with Meltas, I feel like. The 2 games, I've used 2 games with Executioners, or not Executioners, Huntsmen on the field. And the Huntsmen have the 2-shot, 3-up to hit, 12 strength, AP4, D6 damage, Melta 4 weapon from 12 inches if you want the Melta 4, or 24 for regular. And it's like, oh, that's really cool. I've done more damage with their regular Meltagun at 1-shot, 3-up to hit, strength 9, AP4, D6, 2 Melta from 6 inches with 12-inch total. I've done more damage with that than their Demon Breath Spears. I hate it. I hate it so much. It makes me so mad to think about that. Just be like, So the big trick though, one person's playing the new Drakari detachment. He's got a lot of Venoms and stuff. Wait, what are you talking about? Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment because you just don't know. But I mean, we're talking 40k rules with knights. This is out of kill team. This is full 40k. Alright, so I grabbed blue-gray, or gray-blue, which we're probably going to use on this guy, on the top. We're going to do this red first on this guy, and then I'm going to try to apply this. I have not applied this. I think this is very transparent. I can't remember. It sounds transparent. I don't know how else to describe that. And then I have light green. Probably going to apply to the base on this guy, as well as the face on this guy, I think this would be best on him. Maybe. Do we flesh tone this guy? Do I do another fleshy weird thing? No. I think we'll do the green. So we'll start by trying to see the red. I mean, I can see if it's transparent just by putting it on like a piece of paper. It's not a hard thing. You can tell. You can 100% tell when these things are transparent. The problem is that Vallejo doesn't mark it the way that Golden does, and I kind of hate that. I like Golden's system of being like, yo, this means you can see through it. Don't worry about it. So I have 3, 4, 5 Demon Breath Spears on the field. A lot of the stuff I'm going into doesn't really have a ton of tanks, but strength 12, is Predator toughness 12 or is Predator toughness 10 or 11? This is, coming back into 10th, this is the big thing for me, is that I need to like I'm gonna need to spend a day on Wahapedia or something and just go all over the place and look up toughnesses, strengths, APs. Like, I'm gonna need to retain this information. So much easier in Kill Team to do this. So much easier in like anything else. But like, I go to anything on Wahapedia to be like, let me check out their stuff. You go to the data sheets and it's literally like 40 items. I'm like, no, I don't want to learn all this. Although, I mean, learning the Chaos Land Raider basically means you know the core stats for a regular Land Raider, so it's just weapon differences that other armies get. Predator Destructor, which is not what they're using. T10. Predator Annihilator, is that better? T10. Okay. My Demon Breast won't be that bad against it. Although I definitely foresee bringing in two, because I'm not going to split it. If I can possibly put one of my Huntsmen between the two Predators that this one guy has, and then one on the side of one, that'll be great, because then I can fire at the side of the one and see if I kill it, and if I don't kill it, I can continue shooting with the other and just be like, I need one dead. But then, if I do kill it, I can fire at the other, and then we can hope and pray. You know, thoughts and prayers all day long in this Knight's army. So that's fine. Toughness 10 is fine. I've also noticed when I fought Tyranid Monster Mash is toughness 11. So T12 or S12 Demon Breast Spears are actually really good. Wounding on 3s into monsters that I can just annihilate that way. Oh, it just seems perfect. But yeah, I should probably look to deny my opponent the ability to score points, is my guess, in the first turn potentially, and then try to actually go for something in turn 2. I feel like a lot of the lists though here have a lot of bait units, and that's kind of an issue because I'm gonna need to kill them because they're gonna be on the points. I'm gonna need to kill them because they're on the points, and then I'm gonna have to, you know, do other things. Here we go with the red. I got missile hats though. If the units are small enough, I'll pray to God that the missile hats work. That red felt a lot more opaque. No, yeah, I'm gonna try to keep. I like the new toe-in rule for knights to be able to just put a knight slightly into a piece of terrain and then target something with it. I like that. That's an amazing change. So my Desecrator should be pretty safe for the most part early on. But yeah, the question is, if he's gonna put something out that's gonna make my Desecrator want to step out, it needs to be something I really want to kill with my Desecrator. If he doesn't, like if whoever I'm playing against withholds like their Predator las cannons or something, waiting for it, and then they put out like a Rhino and they're like, oh yeah, I got this. That's what my Meltas are for. My Meltas will need to kill that. What's up? Go for it. Yeah, but my Meltas will 100% need to be on top of that. Because there's no reason for me to move a Desecrator into position for a light vehicle. The list I'm really not looking forward to playing into, double Land Raider. Actually, no, triple Land Raider. He has triple Land Raiders. Frickin' Land Raiders, man. Also, there's a list at this tournament that is 100. Okay, I'm gonna describe it to you because it's very similar to one of my list ideas for Thousand Suns as like an alternative. He has 100 cultists. He has Abaddon and a squad of legionaries, and he has a Noctilith crown. So he's gonna be putting his Noctilith crown dead center of where his people can go. He is then going to tendril all of his 20-man cultist squads out into the field so that they all have 4+ invulnerables. And in the areas where the Noctilith doesn't work, Abaddon's going to be there providing a 4+ invulnerable aura to all of them. So he has an army of 100 4+ invulnerable cultists. 100. Also, we will be fighting, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the knight-sized Tau units. There is a guy that is showing up with one of the big ones. It is a Taunar Supremacy. He is going to be there with a Taunar Supremacy. You know, his army is not that big, of course, because Taunar is 790 points. But yeah, 30 wounds. The thing is, if it goes into me, there's a chance. But I think for the rest of the armies we have on the field, I don't think there's a chance. Like, I actually think this thing would wipe a good chunk of us. So yeah, we're gonna be fighting a Taunar probably. There's one or two teams there that have fun lists that I think we'll actually kind of enjoy going against. But like, there's so many. There's 3 Tau lists that look exactly the same. It's like 2 or 3 Tau lists that are exactly the same because someone posted on Reddit the lists, a Tau list that won like a major tournament. So all the Tau players locally were just like, oh, this will be great. So we kind of have that hope built in of just like, oh yeah, these guys aren't going to know how to play. But yeah, like there's a bunch of meta chasing lists at this tournament right now that we've seen, with only a few people who are like, I'm trying something out, which makes me really happy that I didn't do what I was thinking of doing, because I was planning on actually busting out my frickin' what are they? Helldrakes. I was like, oh, I'm gonna bring Helldrakes to this. That was my original idea when I was thinking of playing T-Suns. I was like, oh, I'll bring Helldrakes. This will be fun. But last minute, I was like, I'm gonna go Chaos Knights. Fuck it, we'll just go Chaos Knights. And now I'm seeing all the sweat lists, and I'm like, oh, I should have just went Sweat T-Suns and dealt with it. My team did warn me though, there's a person there with my same name who is a known cheater. So we gotta pay attention. He's playing Chaos Space Marines, and I kind of know most of the Chaos Space Marine rules, but he'll do things where he tries to sequence interactions. Oh, and yeah, so there's a Knights player in chat. I'm double checking, okay? Because I was thinking of this the other day. If I have my Castigator on the other side of a building and someone's moving up from the other side, if I can measure from the Castigator to them through the building, roll the charge, and if I make it, spend the command point on Ghost Walk to then go through the building to get into combat with them. I don't have to spend it before the roll, right? Because it looks like it's worded the same as Tank Shock, and Tank Shock can be paid for if you know you're going into combat. Right? So I'm trying to make sure of this, because that's one of my big plans is to pop through a wall with a Castigator and melee something to death. I'm getting ready for a 4v4 at a place called the Palladium. It's a Rogue Trader, I believe. Apparently there's a bunch of people who were top 3 or 5 or something at LVO that are going to be there. This is my second tournament. I should have not said yes. I'm sitting here now and I'm like, oh god, because there were like 3 other smaller tournaments today that I probably could have been like, oh, I'll just go to those. But one of the people from the local group was like, hey, you want to go to a tournament? And I was like, oh, you need a 4th? Sure, I'll go to a tournament. Starting to regret it. Best case scenario, I have to maintain hype, because if I actually like either tie or win my first round. No, it's 4 separate boards. So I don't know if you've been following. I'm cleaning my brush, so you guys are gonna hear the. Let me know how loud this is compared to how I'm talking. I feel like you might still hear me. Yeah, known cheater to a lot of people in the area. Apparently he got called into the team last minute because their 4th dropped. It's still coming out that color. But it's 4 1v1 games. It's differential scoring. So both teams, at the beginning of the game, you start out 10 points to 10 points. Every 5 points you take over your opponent increases your score by 1 and reduces your opponent's score by 1. That all gets added up at the end, and total team score of the opponents has to be, I believe, above 5. I think it has to be above 5 of whatever our score is, and if it's above 5, you win. If it's 5 or equivalent, like 5-0, it's a draw, and that's just how it works. I imagine not a lot of people do use Knights of Shade, but I feel like lulling someone into a state of security where they think he's not gonna like go through or catch someone that way. Yeah, there's a lot of these going on. This is I believe the new wave of how tournaments are going to be played, which I talked about in my first tournament video because I did a 3v3 already. It wasn't formatted similarly to this with defenders and attackers. It was like a roll off and then you just pick sequence. But the way we were talking about it, I'm not recording, right? Good. It seems interesting. My hope is that I at least tie or keep down to like a 1-point differential on my side. That's like my best bet. But if I win, like if I win the first game, I need to keep my ego in check. Oh my God, I'm gonna be so ecstatic that I'm gonna make so many dumb plays in the following game. I'm gonna be like, oh dude, I can't lose. And I'm just gonna like sprint down middle expecting my 5+ invulns to save me. And it's like, no, don't do it. Stop. Don't put yourself within range of all their anti-tank weapons that are 24 inches. Don't actually play it out. Tournaments can be fun. You got a team already? You're doing a team fight, basically. I already sprayed this out now. I actually feel fortunate that I don't really have a reason to use Overwatch on this army, because honestly, doing the mortal wounds. No, yeah, you get that ego going in you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because that's how tank shock works. You can roll the charge, and then pay the tank shock, and then move. And that's how you do it. So I'm supposed to, as long as the enemy unit is within 12 inches of me, no matter how I measure it, I should be able to roll. And then if I roll enough, I can then go, cool, pay for the ghost, and then just go through the wall. Titanic can't Overwatch. But I fought a guy. This is the BS of 40k. So the first, I fought an Imperial Knights player, right? Fought an Imperial Knights player. And this was the one where I killed his Canis Rex in a turn. He then proceeded to kill all of my Mutilus Vortex Beasts in a turn in just one go. Like, he just wiped them all out. Which, god awful. I couldn't roll an Invulnerable to save my life. I couldn't roll a Feel No Pain to save my life. It was horrible. And then I moved one guy. Like he killed 2 MVBs, and then in my following turn, I moved one of my MVBs up to position. He paid for Overwatch, shot at it with one of his the autocannon little dudes, because Titanic's the big guys. The little guys aren't Titanic. So he Overwatched it with autocannons, and he put like 6 into me in an Overwatch. I do not understand that. He rolled so many 6s on hits out of the 8 shots he did. It ripped my other guy to pieces. He was at like 1 wound left. All right, roll him. Let me get this green down, and then we're actually probably going to switch to layer painting, which we'll have some time to do today, because it is almost 12, and we'll have like 2 or 3 hours to do this. Which is very good. We can start these guys up. Because I am looking forward to fixing up Mollogs. Or Mollog. There we go. Oh, we also have to do the stone. Like, I was able to hold my own against a meta Sisters of Battle team for like 3 rounds with my completely offbeat Thousand Suns list. It was so offbeat, it was so stupid, and I was able to do crazy things with it. I kept it tied till turn 3, and then he wiped out everything I had, and then just absolutely stomped me in score. It was freaking miserable. And there we go. Word. We can switch over to layer, which means I can probably zoom the camera in a little bit for you guys. Let me clean this up. Let me clear out my brushes. Let me clear the compressor, and we'll get into it. Because I'm not gonna airbrush all the teams right away. We're gonna pick a team, we're gonna do it front to back, then we'll go to another team. That's the whole goal here. All the Mountain King. It kind of fits. I don't know why this is an ambient music, but it kind of, oh no, this isn't ambient. This is just everything. This really is just a massive song. Like it's like followed me my whole life. Okay. I'm gonna call it cleaned. I'm gonna mute the mic real quick because I'm gonna need to turn some stuff off. So yeah, like this is kind of the issue, right? Because let me break this down real quick. Everything I've built for this list should make this list pretty consistent in doing whatever the hell they want to do. Like they need to be able to consistently do whatever they need to do. But I could easily see a round where I'm like, all right, it's go time. Oh, we're switching over to ambient music, I think, maybe. Maybe? Let me put the headphones on. My headphone wires are all wrapped up. So like I could pick the go round, right? Like I could be like, all right, this needs to happen. I need to target these things. I need to prevent him from scoring. I need to clear this vehicle in back. I need to do all of this stuff. Everything I'm about to do is hyper important at making sure I don't lose. And then I go and I can't roll. It's basically over. There's no recovering. There's no like, oh well. what is going to be required is that my opponent also rolls poorly in the following round, and then we're just like, oh, okay, this isn't that bad. Grab the water bucket, and grab my pallet. Buckets. We're probably gonna need a new pallet topper, a new piece of paper. Come on. Because again, that's my biggest fear. I can't let that fear guide my hand though. I mean, that's not something you can really think on heavily when you play tabletop games. Because if you're super worried all the time about, you know, potentially rolling poorly, you're never gonna do anything. Life lessons taught by tabletop games. Yeah, I don't need to do the extra layer of red. That red came out perfect for the base red that I wanted. Grab some water. Hell yeah. It's the Gretzky approach. Miss 100% of the shots you don't take. All right. Yeah, actually that's maximum zoom. Let me bring this down for you guys. And then reassess camera positioning. I won. I definitely made some bad plays, but the score kept going in my favor. I did a couple ballsy plays that I was really hoping would work, and then they just didn't. Like, dude, when you charge with your melee sorcerer, and you're like, all right, here we go. Let me roll to hit. Oh, I missed everything. Good thing I have Relentless. And then you roll again and you don't hit again. Like, you basically get the same exact roll you had before, and it's like 1s and 2s. Oh, it was not good. I lost so much. But still won, because I made sure to constantly be scoring points and clearing his proper units and holding off with some of my units. Which, this makes me think I would be okay at playing Knights, because I love playing elite teams in Kill Team. Right? Like, you would think. You would think. But no. Okay. My most comfortable position to hold it is here. So I do need to move the camera. Yeah. Probably also back it out so there's a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, there. That. I feel like it's a little bright. That's brighter. There you guys go. Hell yeah. I think we're ready. What do we start with? I think we start, we can do the mushrooms last, I think, because we can touch them up whenever. I kind of want to get this club to look like a proper club. Because it's got the glow effect, but we need to hit the wood. No, I absolutely prefer real life, but at this point, I'm looking to play games to try to like stay relatively sharp at it because the local community, no matter how often I talk to them about playing kill team games and teaching them how to play, every single one of them is like, yo, I actually want to play. And it's like, cool, let me know. And they're like, absolutely, I can't wait to learn. And then I never hear from them. We're going to go Thondia Brown as the base. So I feel like every single time I talk to anyone about it, that's always their notion is like, dude, I can't wait to play a game of Kill Team with you. And I'm like, that's cool. Let me know. And then that's it. It's the end of the conversation. Brush this down over here. So the main goal is to look through this thing and make sure we only hit parts that are wood. Yeah, but there's oddity to TTS, like measuring oddities and stuff. It's a whole thing. There are cool functions though that I like in TTS that you kind of have to like pseudo fake in the large scale game. Like, I can save the position of a model. That, in my opinion, is actually kind of huge. I need to clear this. Because if I'm gonna, I can always save a position and then check like a distance, like a multi-distance thing. To make absolutely certain I can make it. It makes it a lot faster. Normally I have to use dice to like mark stuff. chair a little bit.
Invincible.
God, I hope I'm not second worst. I hope I'm not first worst. But I really hope I'm not second worst person at this tournament. I really hope. I'd like to see some improvement between tournaments, even though my list has changed. No. I feel like I still have access to a lot of the warbands I'm interested in. I'm interested in basically most of the Skaven, and I think I have access to those. One of the people at the store in the local group that we have for gaming in general has every warband at his disposal. He is an avid fan of this game. He collected all of it. Everything. I think my buddy has the Nether Maze box. I know he picked something up that I thought was Nether Maze. Because we picked up, we did pick something up from Underworld before I started learning to play it. Because the models in it were interesting. My buddy saw one of the models and was like, I want this as a potential for something else. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then he just kind of put the Underworld's box off to the side and took the model out and built it, and that was about it. And now I'm going to be taking some of my stuff over to his house to show him how to play it. Because I was like, dude, this is actually a really quick game. He's like, oh, all right. I'll take a look. Also, I do think I saw another maze box at one of the stores locally, because there was a big Underworlds crowd during COVID, and it kind of died down a little bit. It was a bit sad. But that store had like a lot of old stuff around the time everyone stopped playing. So they just have this one shelf that was filled with things. Like, I actually bought a starter set for 30% off. And not even the old starter set. It was still the up-to-date starter set. Alright, animated. Yep, I'm gonna try to take pictures. I got my one recording camera all set up, so hopefully I can get some good footage and talk about it. If shit goes crazy, I can't wait to title the video, I just beat a bunch of LVO players, international players with a team that everyone thought sucked. That's the ideal. And I could maybe clickbait it, because my army is really well painted, and if there is a thing where it's like, we're going to give you a score based on painting, then I could kind of stand up and be like, haha. Not an untrue title, I just beat them only in the paint jobs.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around.
It would be the ideal, right? That would be the video to get me attention, is if I like go to this tournament and win, and like out of nowhere I'm just like, what happened? Because within my local group, right, there's a lot of people who go to a ton of local tournaments. And they know a lot of these people by name. They know how they interact. They know all the stuff they do. Right? And they were talking the other day while practicing against each other. And they were bringing up, the one guy that's on our team was bringing up the names of the people in this tournament. And the guy he was playing against was like, hey man. Don't worry about losing against this team. Everyone's gonna lose to this team. Kind of situation. Like he's fought him a bunch, and like no, he's watched him win every tournament he's been to. I own 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 warbands. 8 warbands complete. The starter warbands. I own the Weird Hollow warbands because those are the ones I actually wanted. Well, specifically I wanted Ephelims. So I have the one I actually want, which is great. It's a good feeling. And then Mirrored came out, and I was like, yes, I will 100% buy Mirrored. Mirrored is perfect. What's up, Diver? My next video has a really big skit at the beginning of it. It's my Underworlds video. I don't think it's gonna come out the beginning of next week, but it hopefully will come out next week. No Beastmen. Which I think all the Beastmen got pulled, right? So that doesn't really... That sucks for people who have them and like them, but at the same time. Let's try to get the flesh tone done up a little bit. Where's my Kislev? Kislev! What are you? Oh, it's just paint on the bottom. I thought there was like a yellow paint forming in the bottom of my blue-gray paint. That's so weird looking. Where are you, Kislev? Kislev and Flayed One probably would be good options here. What are you? There's Kislev. Where's Flayed Ones? Flayed One is really liquidy. I'm actually not happy with the consistency of Flayed One. Yeah. Oh, nice. That's the mech game you play. The tabletop one, right? Where you actually build the mechs. Ooh, this one. The Vortex Mixer, go brrrr. The flesh tones are so bad with Citadel, man. The medium splits from it so easily. No, yeah, to my understanding, a lot of them were cool. This is what gave credence to the idea that Underworlds was on its way out, was that they were getting rid of so much stuff. But like, I don't know, man. It doesn't feel that way. I still see people interested in it. Granted, it's not as interested. They're not as interested as like the large scale 40K stuff, and it's like that's fine, I guess. I personally, because of what I've been seeing out of the local store at least, feel like they're trying to revitalize Underworlds. Because like, I just came from a tournament. I got some cool alternate card art. Ooh, nice. Actually, I got really lucky at this tournament. The alternate card art that they had for people who went was Ephelims. It was Ephelims and Domatarn, as well as I think like one other team got alternate card art that I don't have. Specifically, it's alternate card art for the inspired state, which was kind of cool. Sadly, the cards weren't updated with the new balance rules. That would have been really sweet. And literally the day after we did the tournament, a data slate dropped that further interacted with the Ephelem. Ephelem were decently nerfed and slightly adjusted in their wording already, and then like they just got hit again in a similar fashion. Well, I feel like Rivals just lets you play, right? Like, you can just play. I guess there might be some factions that aren't allowed in, which does suck a little bit. Good to see some of these though get updated, because I went against the starter set Undead, and those guys were barely able to scratch the surface with me. Like I think the end of the game, the score was something like 17-4. It was so crazy how much I was just like, and I get more points, and I kill your dude, and I get more points, and I kill your dude, and I get more points. And he was just like, I try to kill your dude, I fail. I try to do this mission, it doesn't go off. And it's like, oh, this is not good for you. Even though I'm going to my buddy's house to try to like shorten the travel time to the tournament, because it is like an hour and 20 minutes from my house and it's only an hour from his. Dear God. I'm so worried, because whenever I'm at my friend's house, it's always that moment of like, all right, let's hang out. We're gonna be up till 4 a.m. Like, no, I can't do that. Please. Please. Not this time. I need to be conscious for when I take my beating. I was actually completely debating renting a hotel right next to the place, just so I can try to get like a good night's sleep and show up on time. Alright, D. I guess I can just call you Pyro. Pyro! I think the painting's coming together. The underpainting, at least, is really helping the overpainting's cause. And do this, then we'll highlight with some flayed ones. I think it'll work. I think we're gonna make his fingernails and toenails like that dark black blue color I have. Alright, so I need to build up the idea in my head that I'm okay going a round or two not killing anything. Or at least one round not killing anything. Round two, needs to happen at like full strength. I need to make my opponent think, okay, I gotta put stuff on point. Because scoring's different than kill team. Kill team kind of occurs at the end of the overall turning point, but you have to be on those points in your command phase for the most part until like the final round for whoever goes second. So I need to kind of be okay letting players aggressively get into place in turn one, regardless of if I go first or second. If I go second, I need to go, right? Like, if they put stuff in mid, if they try to like hold down that primary score, I need to find a situation that allows me an opening to wipe what I need. Because that's the issue. I kind of want to go second, but I kind of don't. Because the problem is, if they aggressively get into mid, if they aggressively capture the points, I still kind of need to make sure that round 2 is when I go, if there's enough of an opening for my my huntsman to come in and cause some big distractions in the back line. Because thankfully, at least this first game, it's a short half on an angle, which means they're able to actually come in very close to my opponent's quarter. Or my opponent's side. So if they have a bunch of like predators and stuff back there, I might be able to get in position to harm them. Because they probably don't want the predators behind the big building, which is where the big side is. They'll probably move them over to the shallow side. Depending on who I get, of course. I don't know.
Yeah. Unknown brain. Marvin Divine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous. I know that I gotta stay away from all your games. Yeah, I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say goodbye.
It's Mollog doing Mollog things. I love that he's flesh tone. Like, I love that idea. Like, usually with large monsters like this, the assumption is always like, oh, they're gonna have some kind of like different colored skin or something so that they don't look too human. And then ogres are just like, nah, we're basically flesh tone. Have fun with that. Have fun with the flesh tone. Like, it just makes them slightly grosser because it's flesh tone covered in moss, right? Let's get some of this. Vortex, go. Wait, ones. This is a hard one to work with because even though I just mixed it, it already is very transparent. Very loose. This is very much a highlighty color though, so I don't need to hit all the spots with it. Like core features, core function. Front and middle of the belly. Top of the pectorals. Probably leave the under components as Kislev. We'll do shoulders. Near the top. Peak of the bicep. Top of the forearm components, elbow. Painting is going pretty good, you know, despite all the stress of, you know, probably gonna let my team down this weekend. Going into this tournament really does feel like, you know, all right, I learned to drive. Now, time to fly a fighter jet. Cause like we did a little bit. That 3v3 was pretty eye-opening. I do need to start building lists under the assumption of doing work or possibly achieving goals. Like, while having a focus. I think that's really where team-based games are gonna go. Is that I need to be like, all right, well, I'll be anti-armor and I'll bring enough stuff to potentially do things in certain parts of the field and we'll be good. I'm not exactly doing that with a Knight's army, and I didn't exactly do that with Thousand Suns. I kinda did, but then I never actually did it. Like, I really should have held off using my Umbralific till I needed it. I really should have used Magnus a little bit better, getting him into places to actually fight properly. Got chess clock now. I don't know what I'm supposed to set the chess clock to though, because a round is 3 hours, but I think people don't really do the chess clock and startup, which I think is like 30 minutes or 20 minutes or 15 minutes or something. So I think 2 hours, 45 minutes is the usual setup. I can't remember. I'm not super worried about stalling the game too much. I'm a Knights player. I have not a lot of units to use. Not a lot of rules to interact with. I wonder, do we want to... I'm trying to think, do we want to paint a tattoo on this guy? I'm trying to think of how we would do that. I think I would take a fluorescent paint and mix it with the white that I have. And then we would use a liner brush and do like a tribal tattoo or something on one of his arms. Focus on this being on the peaks. A lot of possibilities here. We'll do outside, top of the feet. I think we're about to switch over to ambient music. He does really have that feeling of just like, hey, how's it going? Is everything all right over here? All right, where was the green paint? Brrr. Hand going numb. Ow. Yeah, it wasn't the whole thing about them removing Stormcast models because not a lot of people were buying them, and that they had plans to release more, so they didn't want to overbloat the group. So that was the whole reason why they pulled the old models out. It still sucks that they pulled the old models out. Do they look anything like the old models could be used in their place? I haven't really looked into it, mostly because I've been super busy planning for a tournament. And I'm gonna lose. I was not prepared. I've been sitting around thinking I was gonna do fixed, but like I look at the fixed missions I'd have access to versus the lists that I'm going against. There's no reason for me to go fixed. People are gonna go fixed into me, and that's kind of a hope because I don't want to give them the ability to deal with the fixed missions against me. Walk the path of glory and forge epic armies in new AOS. Where did they show it? They did the warehouse update thing. That's just narrative play. AOS. Did they just like show it off kind of in the background or something? All right, hopefully this green isn't... This green is going to be bright as hell. I should probably not do this green, but we're going to do this green. We're going to put it on this palette first, because I do want to thin it down, because it is quite crazy looking. It's not fluorescent either, by the way. This is not a fluorescent green. This is just a really bright green. This green will not be blacklight reactive. Like the mushrooms. Flying unit. Wait, where? Is it under a recent article or did they do like a video recently? Because the recent article just shows narrative event stuff, I thought. I mean, I don't play Stormcast personally. So, like, this doesn't really affect me all that much as a Disciples of Tzeentch player. Dude, the day they show off the rules for all the different squads and teams and stuff, like Disciples of Tzeentch, if they tell me what my new passive is, what my new functions are, if they're just like, you get fate dice and we completely reassessed the summoning table so that, you know, for people who don't want to use demons as much, you'll have access to really cool spell enhancement functions. Things that'll, like, reinforce spells you cast, make certain elements of it better. Like, oh yeah, cool. Excellent, thanks. Start casting spells at the beginning of the game, and then cast way better spells, like, in the next round. And then way better spells in the next round. Like, let me ramp up. Please. Please. Then I think the next video we do after the Underworlds video, I think it's about time we maybe tackle the whole how to make a list for, like, how to field a list situation for Kill Team. I think that'll be good to finally get out there. I do feel like there's a lot of people looking for that, like, one-size-fits-all answer of just like, oh yeah, whatever AP weapons you can have access to, go for it. But, like, I don't know. That's never been my approach to fielding teams. Try to tailor your list you have, or the units you have access to try to, like, fight the component, or fight your opponent and then complete the tasks you're gonna set before them. That's the whole point. Just being like, oh yeah, take all your plasma and melt this stuff, and that's about it, is not always the answer. I think that's what people want out of me. For me to be like, yeah, just do that. Behold the mossy green skin of Mollog. Marr. Alright, I think what we'll do... I had a Alizarin Crimson Red, which I can try to keep pretty thin. We'll hit his lip with it. It's pretty dark. Not the best. Hell yeah. So we'll probably also hit the inside of his ears with this. Separate them out in color from the rest of the flesh tone. Just a little bit, just to tinge it. Lightly alizarin crimson red. To give it a little bit of a different taste. There we go. A little bit in the butt crack. Little ogre butt. Be a little bit close into his eye area. Like really watered down. Just to kind of push it slightly red. Almost like a shader. Mollog. Alright, where's my Leviathan blue? I've talked about this occasionally. I mean, just adapt the rules to be a bit more understandable and a bit more, like, defined. Like, honestly, that's all they really need to do. Because right now, there's too much, oh, maybe this will work, or, oh, when does this occur, kind of going on in Kill Team. And people have kind of established what they believe, and then that's how they kind of play. But if you ever look into the Underworld's rules, and I bring this up in the video that should be going live next week, Underworld's is very defined. Very defined. Like, Underworlds will basically be like, hey, this is 100% what you need to do in order to play, in order to activate that ability, in order, like, it's just very defined. There's enough information that exists to allow you to, like, make that call, to kind of know, like, oh yeah, this is the time when I'm supposed to use this ability. And it's done in such a way where there's all these teams with all this different flavor, and they all work. Like, even within the rules being as kind of like strict and together as they are, you have all these teams with like, oh, this happens in the beginning step of every round. Oh, this is what happens in this moment. This is what happens in this moment. This could be done here, blah, blah, blah. It's very clear that it's that, like, oh, this is the time it happens and this is the thing that happens. And it's good enough that you can get like squads like Ephelum that have a whole lot of buffs and debuffs that occur at the beginning of every round. You can get like weird squads that hand out quests to the rest of their unit. You get worthwhile things to play that have really flavorful rules, even in that extremely strict system. So like, Kill Team needs something like that. It really does. I do think sticking to only semi-adjustable teams is the way to go. It's actually what lured a lot of people into Kill Team. If they go back to the idea of, oh, we'll let you build whatever you want, we'll give you lists of units, you make the teams you want, then it's probably going to lose a lot of interest. Because if you're going to do that, you might as well just play 40k, honestly. And then after that, it just comes down to making teams. Making sure that the teams that already exist have reason to be there, right? Like, you're gonna lose a lot of faith from a lot of customers if all of a sudden you drop the new rule set and go, hey man, I hope you all really like those teams you found in Kill Team 2.0. Well, put them away, never use them again. Here's all the new teams you can pick from, and expect new boxes to come out soon. Like, what? Like, dude, that's like the immediate, like, how to lose an entire fan base button hit right then and there. I think they overhaul some of the core rules. I think they stick to I go, you go. I think they stick to the order system. What if they apply other orders, though? What if they adjust it so that you can never start with like an Overwatch order, but you can provide an Overwatch order to someone, and that Overwatch order basically is the equivalent of engage, but it makes it so that if an enemy moves in front of you, it kind of works like guard, which means you would be able to have guard in like open world terrain, which would give elite teams better options at dealing with horde. I think you could do a little bit more with maybe the order system. I think an expanded order system would probably greatly assist gameplay interest. Because the right order at the right moment could really help. Like, imagine if there was an order you could apply to someone that makes them ready for melee. That way, if somebody runs at them for melee and then fights, the person who readied for melee gets to go first. Like, every time. I feel like there's a lot of units, like hardened units and stuff, that people... They're designed for melee, but they're just not good in melee. Outside of, like, some very, very small scale possibilities. And I think expanding orders to allow for a lot more possibilities might elevate some of those units greatly. Which is something that should probably need to happen. There's got to be ways to enhance units that are underutilized right now. To be able to have, like, their hero moment. Because I don't think that that takes away from units that already kind of have that, right? Like, the Shreve Talon has always fights first, right? Basically. Like, always have the first activation if it wants. But, like, what if there's an order that you can give him to make him really strong? Like a free reroll in melee or something. He'll never need to use the fights first order, and then he'll just exist. In whatever other order would be really good. I feel like movement-wise, they might... it depends on what it sounds like or what they notice at, like, foreign... overseas things. They might go back to then being like, all right, let's just go back to, like, regular measurement increments, because all the people that complained. There were so many people that complained that that Kill Team went to the symbol-based measurements rather than regular measurements. And the idea was, oh, they think I'm an idiot for not understanding how inches work. And it's like, no, that's not... It's not what actually happened. What happened is they looked around the globe and realized not everyone measures in inches, and tried to find a way to make it so that people in places that don't use measurement increments don't really need to convert anything, so that the conversation they could have with other people who play the game was still centered around the general core rules. So, like, me talking to a person about a unit's movement, I'm not like, oh yeah, whatever the centimeters is, man, whatever that is, that's the thing that makes them beneficial or whatever. No, we can just be like, oh yeah, the square movement is really nice, and then everyone can kind of nod and agree and move on. That was kind of the whole point of that, but I mean, it stirred up enough hatred in so many people for no reason. That it's one of those things where I'm like, they'll probably go back to normal measurements. It's crazy too, because there's a guy, one of the guys at the local store who's just now getting into Kill Team, like, he just bought one and he's talking about playing it. The first time I met this person, when I was at the store for, like, the first time getting into, like, playing with this group that's local, I talked about how I was getting into Kill Team, the new one, and literally from out of nowhere, across the room, I just hear this guy go, the original Kill Team was better than current Kill Team. And I turn around and he's just sitting there staring at me, and there's, like, no one near him at all. So I had that moment of, like, okay. What makes you think that? Is it because you can no longer pick 5 friggin' Imperial Guard with plasma guns and shut down whole sides of the board immediately? Like, What's your game plan, bro? What was the thing that made you prefer the old system? At which point he never kept talking about it. And now he's like, yeah, I'm getting into a new kill team. It's like, okay. Okay. Okay, guy. Glad you could make it. Alright, so we need to do some fixative on these mushroom heads. Get some pro-acryl white down. And we're gonna need to, let's try the little one first, I think. We'll do purple. I think they need to keep going with it though. Even though people point to like other skirmish games that have more of a draw to tournament scenes, I recently watched a video where someone was like by the numbers going over why Games Workshop games aren't as impressive as other games. But like the tournaments he was looking at to give numbers for the people playing in them, where he was like, oh, it's only 160 people here, and then there's 400 people on this thing. And the idea is, yeah, the 400 people playing in that tournament is only that. The 160 playing in this tournament over here are playing alongside the 200 in this one, the 140 in this one, the 100 in this one. Like, it's a little bit more spread out, and all those numbers are capped. So, like, they just hit the cap. GW's approach to the game is about golden tickets and trying to filter people into the bigger tournaments because there's too many people wanting to play. So, it's, like, difficult to just go by the basic numbers and claim like that's the end all be all, right? There's just a level of it where it's like you gotta dig a little deeper. Fluorescent purple with a little bit of the white built in. Go around the outer edge of this mushroom with it. We might actually hit the blue with some white too and try to work up the middle, because apparently this was hard to do because of the tape off that I did, so I didn't hit a lot of the spots that I needed to hit. So we might actually work a little bit on increasing the visual fidelity of it. And I think Kill Team really does have a chance at like genuinely continuing to grow. There's a lot of like fan-driven communities for the games, and I think that's really what happens. That's really what makes something take off, because there are people who have like competitive groups that now exclusively play Kill Team and exclusively look into running Kill Team events, starting Kill Team tournaments. There's just so, like, I'm genuinely interested in going to one or two this year, if people, you know, remember I exist, because I was asked last year to go to the New York one, but he asked me like a week before it was happening, so I couldn't really plan on, you know, going there for a whole weekend with like a 1 week notice. It is no bueno. I wouldn't mind doing it, of course, but timing needs to be improved. Blend it in a little bit, little wet on wet blend here. Get a little texture to it. Connect the dots. There are a bunch of really good ones. So they come and go, though, and it's a problem. Because a lot of people get into it, and then they kind of vanish. I try to lean into trying to go to the ones that have, you know, tournament scenes. Like, that's kind of my big thing, is that I want to make sure whatever I'm playing has the ability for me to go to a building and play, like, 3 matches in a day, minimum. Whatever it is. So all the people who are like, yo, this skirmish game is really good, I go, cool, and then I look it up to see like the tournament listings, and then there's no tournaments. And it's like, oh man. I mean, it's cool that it exists. It's cool that like you like it, but I need a community. Like owning a skirmish game that's good isn't the same as owning a skirmish game and then having a local community that's interested in playing it. Two very different things that you kind of need to sort out. Because I was interested in getting into War Machine, and I've seen people talking about War Machine a little bit more because they're trying to rework their sales flow and all that. They're trying to reassess the way they present themselves to make it like work better. They're redoing a lot of their character designs to be a little bit more modernized and like interesting looking rather than just basic. Which is really nice to see. But like I haven't heard of a War Machine tournament in a while. I haven't heard of like a major War Machine event in a while. So either they're like getting ready to try to start one up, or they're just trying to sell their stuff now and get it out there. Like in survival mode, pretty much.
Poggers.
Poggers? Big ass name. Neat. I wouldn't mind playing them though. I loved like okay, back when I played 40K still pretty heavily. The main reason I looked into War Machine is because War Machine kind of existed in the form that I was hoping I could find a 40K game in, which was skirmish. Like, a game of War Machine was, like, 3 mechs, maybe? Or 4 mechs, I think, at the time. Maybe a squad of people, and then 1 leader. It was small. The boards were small. The skirmishy stuff was there. It was really cool. I liked it. I tried to learn it. It was hard to learn at the time. I was trying to figure out the rules for it. Because it was kind of out there a little bit. The whole like providing power to your mechs, Needing to sort of organize that in that fashion. Felt a little weird. Not gonna lie. Felt a little weird. But once I started getting the hang of it, it worked. I was like, oh, this is really cool, actually. Shortly after, though, that was when I kind of fell out of the games, looking to try to, like, you know, do stuff in life, get a job, do work, try to land career and goal. Still haven't really done that necessarily. A little bit closer, but it's still not great. People say that, but it doesn't always happen in time for everyone. We'll have to see. But yeah, like War Machine was an interesting idea. Walked away from it, and then when I came back, when I was looking into what to play, I actually looked at War Machine first. I didn't look at 40K first. Because I actually kind of liked the idea of War Machine. And literally the first thing I found was like the devs did something to the game between season like 2 and 3 where they basically gave the Ultra Sweat tournament players control of how to write the rules. And those players basically wrote the rules to have very specific like loopholes that they like to utilize in tournament play. And it just straight wrecked the game. It was one of the worst rule sets in everyone's opinion. Like, no one enjoyed playing it at that point. And, like, that was really sad to hear. And I know they're trying to come back, but, like, they're trying to come back. And then meanwhile, I've seen videos from like from gaming store owners. There's this video this group I keep seeing on my YouTube feed who are former, or I guess they still own a video game store or a board game store right now. And their entire channel is based on talking about their interactions with the companies, the problems of currently owning a store like that. What to think about if you do want to own a store like that, because I mean, in recent history, most of the stuff that's been popping up online is just like yet another board game store goes under, right? Like that's kind of kind of what you see a lot. And it makes it start feeling like the medium and everything and all the people in it is getting smaller and smaller. So they're giving their 2 cents on the idea. What, War Machine? Technically, yeah. They're trying to produce new models. They've actually put out a lot of really cool art for what certain factions are going to look like. They're making it look way more sci-fi. Which I guess is to try to distinguish it a little bit more from 40K. Because Privateer Press, I believe, was a group of people that actually came from Games Workshop. They were some of the first people to leave Games Workshop to try to start their own thing. Which, good on them. I mean, everything in life is better when there's competition. And having an industry insider group like that be like, hey, let's actually try to make our own thing work, is actually really good if it achieves its goal. But I think it started doing well at the beginning, and then it kind of faded out as time went on. And now it's just like they're trying to hold on, it seems. Oh no, this isn't purple, this is magenta. Pink to magenta on this hat. Probably do as a blend of pink to magenta to purple. That might actually be better. But yeah, like my local store, like the one that's right near me, used to have a section next to the Games Workshop section for War Machine, which was kind of awesome because it was giants going toe to toe, fighting over who should get the space on the shelves, and now they don't even have them. They bought like the Mech Warrior stuff, and I think the Mech Warrior stuff started to fade out recently because they're getting rid of the Mech Warrior stuff out of the store. Kind of sucks because Mech Warrior sounded really cool. It had a really cool format too, I thought. It was really cheap, beautifully priced, and it had a pretty good setup of play, so I don't know why it faded so quickly. At least from that storefront. It was a little confusing. I might actually try to do a little bit more on this too. Yeah, Vanguard to Spearheads. The boxes they show off for the Spearheads are the actual Vanguard boxes, so I'm guessing whatever the Vanguard boxes are now will most likely be the starter Spearheads. So if you already have that together, good on you. I think I have mine together. It's a Small Squad Kyrix. I'm pretty sure Small Squad Kyrix. 3 Flamers, 3 Screamers. I gotta paint the Screamers. Before the AOS stuff gets dropped, I need to paint my Screamers. So I can have my Vanguard box. No, it wasn't the biggest, but it was this idea of the guys running it were from Games Workshop. They knew how to do a supply chain. They knew already how to talk to the stores. They knew what the stores wanted. They wanted smaller, faster games that got people in and out of the store to check it out and then, you know, buy it and play it and leave kind of situation. So they were following... They were doing this thing that felt right? Like they were able to achieve a goal that felt like it was sort of designed for storefronts. And people liked that. The stores liked that heavily. So the stores definitely kind of wanted people to start leaning into that as something that they wanted to play versus almost anything else. The biggest competitor technically to Games Workshop for just tabletop stuff in general and like wall space at a store is definitely D&D. At least at my local store. I don't know about your local stores, but my local store has the D&D stuff right next to the Warhammer stuff, and that is like a quarter of their store in total. Everything else that they have in that store is like one-off books and things that are like all over their shelves that are, some are from D&D, some are the role-playing game for 40K, but then it's like all those weird little one-off attempts at making a fun tabletop game, like a pen and paper, or even a model-based one. And there's been some good ones, that's the thing. There were some really interesting tabletop games that came out over a short period of time that a lot of people were excited about that grew heavily in a very short period of time and then vanished. Like they were like, yeah, that was really cool, I guess we're done. And then everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess that was all you were gonna do? Okay. And they're like, yep, no more plans. So things tend to cycle a bit. Because technically with board games and tabletop games, there is really a shelf life for that kind of thing. Games Workshop and D&D breaks the mold on that type of stuff, though, by being like, hey, we've been here for decades. We're a mainstay. And no matter how hard Hasbro or whoever, I think it's Hasbro? No matter how hard they try to like tank D&D, it doesn't seem to be working. Like they keep doing things that makes the entire fan base go, all right, well, we're moving on. And they're like, really? Are you? Please move on? Oh, you're not. Like there's gotta be a reason they do what they do at freaking D&D, because it does really feel like they're just trying to piss everyone off to get them out of that system. Despite it being one of like the most lucrative systems they have in current existence. Alright, so this has bumps on it. Maybe, but like, I don't know. I feel like part of it does come from the attitude that most big companies have. Like, it's got to be that like schools let out, right? A lot of people graduated, and they graduated from the class of line goes up, right? So in sales, that's kind of like the preached concept, line goes up, that I keep hearing about. And it's not about like, oh, long-term line. Not long-term line stays where it is and doesn't crash and out-survives all the other companies where line goes up and then suddenly takes a turn and crashes into the earth at Mach 10 speed. Let me turn this down a little bit so you guys can maybe actually see what's going on here. But like now like all these companies have that fresh blood of new business people who are supposed to be able to like take the company to a new level. And the company going to a new level is always, the only question you ask at that point is, how do we get more money out of people? And that's it. How do you get more money out of people? You find ways to get more money out of people regardless of whether it's read as a good thing or a bad thing. Because the whole thing with the D&D stuff was that they were like, hey, if you make content using our IP, you owe us money. Which legally, yes. It's kind of the same thing as if I created like a piece of artwork and then like a movie studio was just like, yo, let's take this guy's art, make it our poster, and then, you know, make money off the movie. And they did. Like, I turn around, I find out that something I drew got pulled from the internet and then used in the marketing material for a movie without my consent. And then that movie made like a ton of money. Yeah, I'd be pissed as hell. 100% I'd be pissed as hell. I would want so much retribution in that system. And to a degree, this has kind of been the constant thing, right? Like, companies make X amount of money, and that's cool. I might put a little bit of chartreuse and some white, and then we'll do some white dots on some of these. So when you have channels and things on YouTube like Critical Role and all that who are using D&D and Dimension 20 and all that, who are using D&D and making hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars a year, and meanwhile D&D is sitting off to the side, like, they're making good money, but then they look at those people and go, we could be making more. Because if the goal is just to make the line for the business go up and that's it, then that's what you kind of have to do, is look into those ways of making line go up, where you suddenly make money off of the people making money off of you. Now, of course, the retribution to that is what we saw, of everyone being like, well, let's move over to any other system but D&D's system. And then D&D was like, wait. That means you're going to stop paying for our monthly fee. Nah, it's cool. You guys can stick around. Our bad. Which I kind of like, actually. Which I do really kind of like. Because the idea is, that the people hold the businesses hostage at least a little bit, which is, I think, pretty good. Dot. Which we need more of that, honestly. We need more of companies being held hostage by the people paying for the product. Like, very actively. Which I imagine is why companies are trying to do this more often, is that they are starting to realize that there's a lot of what they do that's being held hostage by the people who pay them money. And they're trying to find a way to, like, make that no longer a thing. No, that happens all too often. People being like, "Ah, no, let's boycott," and then, like, you see them online playing the game that they claim to boycott. And you're just like, "All right, dude. Okay." I am playing Knights. I was worried that if I moved to a sweaty list for T-Suns, I was going to get caught sort of getting stuck in like having a crisis of faith in one of my strategic ideas and then like wasting a ton of time just not doing anything in a round. Because tournaments are all time centric. You know, there's clocks and all that kind of play into all this. So to a degree, I needed to play a team that wasn't gonna just take way too long to play. My goal is to actually get through all the rounds if possible. Especially for like my team's sake, I might as well try and achieve the proper score. Because the thing that's sticking with me right now is I played that Tyrannid guy in the last round of the 3v3, and I only made it to round 4. Like we got to the end of round 4, I think, was where we called it. And that kind of annoyed me, because I was pretty sure I was playing to a good speed. I was very sure I was playing to a pretty good speed. And then to only make it to round 4 felt weird. I don't know if it was him. Oh, dude, we're playing 4-man. There's a Dark Angel team. One of the guys is playing as Dark Angels. One of them is playing Death Guard. He's the one using demons, which is why I didn't use demons for my knights, even though I probably should have, because demons are really good utility for knights armies. But he also needs the utility for his Death Guard. So, you know, it is what it is. And then we also have, we had Death Guard, Dark Angel. Oh, what was it? There was me with Knights. Oh, Necron. Our Necron player was formerly a Custodes player. He wasn't super thrilled with the codex, so we decided to change armies for a little bit. Dude, I'm loving how this guy looks. I knew I was going to really like it. I did not know I was going to love it. I should really just keep the the Leviathan blue out. I keep needing it and then putting it away, and then I can never find it again. No! 4 separate boards, differential scoring. So I don't know if you've ever experienced differential scoring. The way it works is both teams start 10 to 10, and for every 5 points over top of the opposing player's team that you go, you gain a point from them. Like over 5 points, I think. Or is it 5 points? I think it might be at 5 points. Every 5 point increment. So if at some point in the game, if by the final score you're like 10 points over me, it's 12-8. I think that's the way that works. That score then gets put in to the total team score. So there's not a lot of big point swings. Like someone going 100 to 30 doesn't do like a massive amount of point swing. And the whole point of it is you add all those scores up, right? So if like a bunch of us just tie 10 to 10, and then one person does 11 to 9 or something, that's a 1 point differential between the two teams at the end. That's a draw because you need to do, I think, over 5 points to be considered a victory. Let me do his earrings next. Dude, he looks so cool. I like this. He looks really fun. I'm really happy he's turning out this way. Get down some chartreuse. Yeah, I'm hella worried because looking through all the enemy lists, there are so many people in there that are like, yo, we are anti-tank to the teeth. And all I can think is, well, it's a great way for me to lose when I fight you. Because I'm a Knights player who is only tanks. Like, Knights definitely need a little pick-me-up in either like a specialized detachment that's really good into anti-tank. Like if they had a detachment that's like if you get hit by anti-tank, you get like all these bonuses. Or, you know, like anti-tank, it's -1 to whatever the anti-tank roll is. Like there's got to be something, man. There's just so much in the game right now that's like, oh, you're Knights? Oh, you lose. Dude, he's growing them. I think he's having the craziest trip of all time. Like right now. He's just in it. I'm pretty sure he has no idea where he is. Probably he doesn't even know he's an ogre. Probably just exists thinking everyone like he's a spectator, right, in life. Thinking everyone kind of doesn't see him and he's just watching them do things and he's like, "Oh, that's cool." I think in AOS, aren't they life? I don't think they're really part of the orc side of things. I don't know the full lore on it, is the issue. Like, what is it? There's life, death, destruction. Age of Sigmar. Order, chaos, death, destruction. They are order, I think. Ogres, I think, are order, right? Yeah, and then orcs are destruction, so I don't think they're the same thing. No, Ogor are Maw tribes. I could have swore. Overlords, Ideneth, Fireslayer, Daughter of Cain. Oh yeah, no. Okay. So they're destruction, which means they're all part of the same alliance. They do fight alongside each other. I don't know if that means they have the same origin and heritage. Delicious, delicious water. Stay hydrated, kids. I'm gonna have to go back over most of this with the Viadin to push back into this blue. The problem with the white I'm using is it doesn't blend well without being highly thinned down with actual thinner medium. And I'm currently not using thinner medium. He's so ogre-y. I like how he looks. He looks really cool. Still vibrant, which is what I wanted. I have no idea. I mean, consider that Space Marines are overbloated as it is. Like, Space Marines are the Stormcast of friggin' 40k. They have so many models. So many stupid amount of models that they can use and take advantage of. I feel like down the road they will probably try to do something to kind of make the models, make you want to purchase new models, I guess. Like, that's something they have to do. Especially with Space Marines, because Space Marines are very, extremely played. Like, people want to play Space Marines. I feel like almost everyone has a collection of Space Marines, like, secretly, that they don't tell anyone about. What time is it? 1:55. What does this look like? This is gonna end up being neon green, I think, or some kind of neon color. Everything else down here I might make it end up looking like the Cult Cloak gray black, because Cult Cloak is actually really good for a lot of this. Since he's a very bright character, I kind of want to lean into a dark base to forcibly emphasize that he's the most important part of this thing. But yeah, I think they chill for a little bit on Space Marines, but they are gonna do work a little bit on Emperor's Children. I think the Emperor's Children launch is gonna be a lot smaller than we'd probably want. I feel like it is going to be mostly like upgrade sprues that come in the battle boxes with the regular units, like the Hellbrutes and stuff. They're going to be like the Dark Angels, I guess, as a release, in a way. Couple specific units. Then a lot of upgrade sprues for things. Is there? Because I also have never heard anyone talk about the Lord of the Rings as a tournament scene thing. Is there really a tournament scene around it? Or is that like something someone said out loud that you heard and then went, oh, that's cool. And then like now you're looking into it and you're like, wait a second. Phone call, hang on. I'm gonna have to put up the BRB thing here for a minute. I gotta go help someone. Hang on. All right, I'm back. You're saying there's a crowd for it, huh? Let me test that theory. BCP. And then I'm gonna eat salad because I'm freaking hungry. Search. I'm gonna expand this to 100 miles. At least for me. Exclude online. Middle Earth. Because I imagine that's what we're talking about here. Search. No events. End date. December. End of December. So whole year. Search. There are in Washington. The only thing near me is Nova. There are 160 slots for this tournament. Which I think 160 is like, that's the kill team size for a tournament. Which would mean it's decent if they hit 160. If they don't hit 160, then it's not great. Oh, let's make this salad. And then we got to think of a next step with this guy. But there's no other tournaments. That's kind of the problem. I'm guessing that means it's like a regional thing. It has to be a regional thing. It has to. Because around here, Kill Team, there's usually a tournament or two every couple months. That's fine. 40K, there's a tournament like every week at this point. Like, holy crap. There's so many tournaments going on. This weekend alone, I'm doing the 4-man tournament. There's a 1v1 straight up standard tournament that's going to happen the same day. And then I think there's another spot where there's a tournament happening not far from here. Like, there's a lot of tournaments going on. It's actually quite crazy. How do we do this? I don't want to keep muting my microphone every time I go in to take a bite. Fade. He'll be back. But I kind of want to eat and mute, and we'll talk. This is a lapel mic. It would not be ASMR.
Kind of want to work more on the club. We can also get the pool. We can make it glow. And then we need to maybe figure out the tone we're going to start the little frog dude with. It'll be fun. I gotta remember to snag some snacks on the way to the, my buddy's house tonight, so I have them on hand for tomorrow. And I'm gonna try to find like chicken jerky or something. I feel like that would be really good. I wouldn't want something that has the potential of messing with me, so I'd probably go like teriyaki or barbecue. Normally I like to go friggin' chili spicy, but chili spicy tends to cause problems, you know. Mission complete. Food consumed. Okay. Couple things I'm thinking of right now. One, I feel like I need to go back around this guy with a little bit of yellow on the outer edge. To kind of push it a little bit. Let's try to figure out Frogman's look. It's a little creature. I think I have an idea. Because I don't really want it to be green. Since the main character is very green. We're gonna try this Caribbean Ocean Blue to start the cone. I think that'll be good. At the very least, it'll undertone it well, and I can work up from this. That's part of a finger. That's not part of the frog. He's wearing a helmet, so that's kind of cool. At least I think he's wearing a helmet. Yeah, he's wearing a helmet. Is he? No. I mean, he kind of is. Seems a little weird. Oh, I guess, yeah, it's right to here. Got that little frog helmet. Highlight this shroom real quick. Because I'm guessing this is like a little seraphim or something. The like lizard people. He looks like a little seraphim. Why are you holding him like that? He's just a little guy. So we need a kind of dark blue. That'd be nice. Probably do deep blue. Kind of want this frog to be like done, right? Like he's not a major character, so he doesn't need to be massively detailed. But I also don't want him to just be like meh. So what we're probably going to do is we're going to deep blue to the outer extremities. And then I think, as a fun little idea, I think we fade it into teal, right? I think him being kind of like this darker blue that will go to a bit of a lighter blue in some spots. We are going to highlight it. We're not just going to be like, oh yeah, you're dark blue. I think we'll take it to like that turquoise look. Look at him just being a little guy. I kind of have an idea with him. I'm gonna coat him once he's done being painted. Oh, it's gonna look so gross. Nurgle's Rot. I'm gonna put it frickin' coming out of his mouth and stuff and just like dripping down his body. Because I'm pretty sure he's dead. There's very little you can say that'll convince me this guy is like holding on for dear life in the hand of this ogre. This guy is very dead. Let me fix up a part of the flesh tone that needs to be adjusted. Right down here. I think we're gonna two-tone his blue as well. Well, not like two-tone, but we're gonna get him the blue going, like we're doing here. And then I'm gonna go to an ash gray. And we're gonna try to trace out like that kind of frog underbelly. I think we'll hit it with one more tier of blue. Like a very specific highlighty blue. He is Mollog, crusher of frogs. Alright, where's my Baharoth? Yeah, there we are. Yeah, he's 100% dead. Alright. Vortex oh god, no. Vortex Mixer, go. So these are very much like highlight spots. And give him the ash white underbelly. Now, another color that's near impossible to find. Oh wait, yeah, good, ash gray. Well, he probably picked it up to try to make a point to someone and was like talking to them while squeezing them. And here we are. I know people are like, don't go pure white. I know that's a common concept in mini painting. I recognize it. I understand it. I know its value. But we're about to ignore it. Just a little. He looks so perfect. Let me fix one of the fingernails over here.
Gotta put that cloak color. No. I'm gonna use one of the other colors I recently acquired. Where is it? It's called Goddess Glow. It is among the flesh tone speed paints that Army Painter put out. But we are not using it as a flesh tone. It actually creates a really interesting kind of reddish tone that I think is really good as like a base for light copper or bronze. And I kind of want his metallic to be different than the metallic of Mollog's earrings. I'd rather they not be very similar. So we'll base it for some form of brassing or bronzing that we can work out here in a minute. Where is my red? Oh, we'll Sigvald Burgundy his eyes, because if you've ever seen a dead frog, their eyes are not white. So, pull his eyes into this weird purplish red glaze. Do the hand highlights. Super quick. Nice blends. My tips on painting eyes is figure out how not to paint eyes. I've seen a lot of people show like miniatures where the eyes are like that really nice light color and then they've got the pupils and stuff in them. But if you look at a lot of like darker artwork, you'll notice that in a lot of instances, let me grab this warp bell real quick. Yeah. You'll notice in a lot of instances, eyes are usually just like dark, right? Like you have the eye well. Like I actually did it here a little bit. This is probably going to be hard to show you guys because I don't know how well and easy this thing is going to be to focus. See how his eye socket is red? So that's what I just did. Like I tend to shade and tone eye sockets. Now you can see the frog guy. Look at that. Look at Frogman. Look at him. He is not having a good day. But yeah. It's more, can you make it look like the eye well is shaded? Like, could you just put shader in there and have it look like it's kind of that aesthetic of like a dark, brooding character or something? Because that's a great way to just not have to care. Get like a nice red or magenta shader, just drop it in there. All right, let's do the warp lock bronze. Outside of that, think about it in these terms, right? This is something I was told in art school. Eyes aren't white. Eyes are usually a color. It's usually a really light, like either blue, yellow, or like purpley, or no, like blue, yellow, or like pink, I think was the skew of possibilities. So rather than start from white, maybe start from like a really super light color related to either your shadow or light color, or something you think would be your shadow or light color, like a blue or something, or a yellow, like a really just light yellow, like almost not even yellow. Kind of go from there, because the same issue as just using white on a model. White just stands out. Like, I'm glad the white that I used still shows the gray through a little bit. It's not pure white, because that kind of works in my favor a little bit. I'm kind of happy about that. But I'm all about just trying to circumvent the need to paint eyes, if possible. Like, null and oil the hell out of them. Alright, where are you? Nurgle's Rot. No, that's Auric Flesh. Very close in tone. Come on, Nurgle's Rot. No reason to hide from me. I rarely use you anymore. This would be an ideal time, because this is going to look gross. I like the idea of using the Nurgle's Rot for this more than the Blood for the Blood God, because like Blood for the Blood God, that feels a little on the nose. Feels a little bit just like I'm doing gore for gore's sake. Nurgle's Rot looks like he just squeezed the sneeze out of a frog. Kind of funny. Oh, also we should probably use this. But yeah, eyes are usually a struggle to most people. I feel like I could do a video talking about how to paint eyes And literally just say what I just said about just using shader in it to trick people into thinking you painted the eyes. Sucks. How did I get that on here? I don't know. That actually, that looks a little permanent. That must have been from the contrast earlier. Fine, we'll fix it here in a second. Boom. Fixed. Alright, back to looking for Nurgle's rot. Oh, are you it? What are you? Nurgling. Wog flesh. Poxwalker green. It's a great shader if you don't have it. Oh, I think I found it. Yep. I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. Brrr. Nurgle's rot. Here we go. Let me record. So you can kind of like slop it on and then drag it in a way. You just got to find the right places to pull it. Sort of the trick. 'Cause I don't want to cover everything. It looks so gross. I love it. Honestly, okay, so I'm pretty sure Blood for the Blood and Nurgle's Rot are the same exact base medium. They need to drop a slime medium that you can just add whatever color you want and just make whatever slimes you want. I think it'd be the best thing ever. Because imagine adding like an extremely bright orange or yellow to it so you could have like a lava. Look at that. Look at it. It's so gross. Alright, let me do the effect in the pool next. What time is it? I think this will be it, the pool. We still have a little bit more to go on this guy, so Monday, most likely. The rest of his squad probably won't take anywhere near as long because of how tiny they are. He's definitely the centerpiece. Like, I want him to feel perfect. I want him to feel exactly like you would look at it, you'd be like, oh my god, and then you won't even notice the other 3 guys with him, even though they probably will also look pretty good. I still kind of want you to lean into the idea of like the only thing that matters is Mollog. Find my white. Where's my white ink? That's the old white ink. It could still work. We do need to get rid of it at some point here. Yeah. And that is why I want to get rid of it. Holy crap, that was hard to take off. Ink. Let it flow where it needs to. Clear it from some of the top parts. I use white ink a lot for this because it is a very capillary thing, similar to white oil paint that's been thinned down. As long as you touch a lot of the right locations with it, it'll do what it needs to do. Even if it does take a second to dry. While we wait, I kind of want to add a slight extra layer of flayed one flesh to his nose. I feel like his nose needs just a little bit more to kind of draw attention specifically to his nose. We might even need to just add white to it. Like if I can just get a little bit of this white, put it in here to brighten it up a little bit. Nose and chin. We still need to paint the bat, his club. Like I gotta actually do the colors on it. Let me actually do a little bit of that now because we do need to wait a bit for this ink to dry. Don't want to do Deathclaw. I had another brown. That is a much better option for this. I think it's called like Blood Reaver. Thondia, Deathclaw. I think I have Doombull and Blood Reaver. I thought I had a good selection of browns. Where the hell did they go? Golem and Flesh. Oh, here we are. Yeah, we'll go Doombull. Doombull looks nice. It's like a reddish brown. It's a good way to start this. Blood Reaver is like a kind of lighter version of this. We could technically use Blood Reaver as more of a highlight color. I'm hearing a fan kick in that I don't normally hear. It keeps worrying me, but it's the monitor I'm currently using for my side monitor, my Wacom monitor. Because I normally had it off for like the longest time, because we used to paint right in front of the Wacom monitor, so there was no reason to have it on since I had the backsplash guard on it.
No. I bought this because I was doing really well, or at least I was starting to do well lucratively, and it made me feel really excited. So I purchased it because I kept getting told that these are kind of like the Cadillacs of art tablets. And I started hearing from like a few people that like the newer upcoming tablets that are cheaper are actually like just as good, if not better in some ways. And I was like, I mean, I get that, but like I have the money now, I can buy it, I'll try it out. Because I keep getting told it's the industry standard, let's find out. And so I got it. I wasn't able to plug it in for a while because it was over here and I was still trying to get this place built properly. So like there really wasn't a lot for me to like do. And then after like a couple months or something, I finally was just like, all right, let's get to it. Let's put this together. Let's get it worked up. You know, let's get it together. Now I gotta find Deathclaw, wherever the hell that went. Or Blood Reaver. And then, so that was kind of like where I was. It's Dark Oath. Thondia. I could have swore I had Blood Reaver. And I wasn't really thinking about it. And then eventually I got the computer set up. I got everything set up, and I was like, all right, let me turn it on, you know? Let's stop leaving it in the box. Let's actually take a crack at it, see what I need to install so that whenever I get completely over here for being able to do work and stuff, it'll just pan out. And I'll have all the stuff set. It'll be great. Oh, I think I found it. Beautiful, found it. I plugged it in, got it all hooked up. I plugged it in through the DP line, the digital, because, you know, it's usually a good idea. Usually the way to go. And it didn't work. It worked, but then over time as I was just using it, this is very close to the other brown that I'm using. It's weird. Over time, it kind of like I'd be using it and then I would see like weird on-screen issues, like little glitches and stuff. And then it would start to like really get bad, like it would just start glitching all over the place. We're gonna try Deathclaw. In worst case scenario, I'm gonna use a contrast over it to pull it back to brown. Because I feel like Deathclaw is like a really dark regular flesh tone, and I don't like that. Probably fine. So I was like, all right, let me try another port. So I used HDMI and it worked. I figure that the DP port is just not good. So I was like, all right, well, this is like a $2,000 monitor. And it has a warranty, so it's got to be a good warranty, right? To warrant that price, it's got to be a good warranty. So I contacted them. I was like, hey, I finally got around to plugging in your monitor, and this is what happens. I sent pictures of it and all this. And I was like, so what do we do? And they were like, cool, we'll open a ticket. You need to put it in a box. You need to use the shipping label we're going to send you to then pay for the shipping. So they wanted me to pay for the shipping to send it in for repair. And I was like, okay, but what's going to happen? And they were like, all right, so we're kind of backed up in the place it's going to go. Like that place is getting a good bit of ones to repair. That's not a good sign when you tell me that out loud. When you're just like, oh yeah, by the way, currently there's a metric ton of our stuff that's constantly broken. It's like,
I don't like that. And they were like, all right, so the turnaround time for repair was like 3 months. And I went, in my head, I was like, well, I'll use HDMI. If the monitor goes completely, I will never use a Wacom again. Because for $2,000 to purchase this monitor, to have it not show up in complete condition, like working good condition, and then to be told I had to pay for shipping, and I wasn't gonna have the monitor for months after sending it in because they were so backed up with how many monitors were having problems. Yeah, no. I'm done. This is the only one I'm buying. It's nice because it's big, but I think I was looking at a Huion or an XP pen one that was the same size with more pressure sensitivity in the pen. The pen was also not battery powered. It was just passive powered. And the only thing that people were talking about online about it was like, oh, it's not color match. That's like the big thing Wacom does, is Wacom, whenever they finish a monitor, they color match it so that the color you're seeing on your monitor is the color you're gonna probably print from a high-end printer. And that's cool. It's cool, I like it. It's fine. But it's also kind of not useful if the price difference is like many grand, when you can sort of get close to the color you want anyway. And there's also ways to color match like any monitor. Like you can work towards color matching so many monitors based on like printing and then comparing. So yeah, no, I was very much out at that point. I was just like, yeah, I'm never doing Wacom again. And it gave credence to all the people I was looking at online who were like, I'm never buying Wacom again because of this, this, and this. Poor customer service, blah, 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 blah. Like, they were all saying it, but I had never experienced it. And I still had a few people in the wings that I talked to occasionally who would usually go like, oh yeah, Wacom. Oh yeah, Wacom's the way to go, man. Wacom's good. And now I'm like, I mean, you had a good experience. My first experience was, I feel like I wasted $2,000 that I could have spent on maybe making one of my computers better than it is, even though they're both really good. Hold, please. All right, last ditch thing, and then I kind of gotta look into something.
Probably gonna have to work this up more in a later time. But this will be the baseline for it. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to work it up a little bit at a later time. All right, last thing I want to do with you guys, watching my stream before getting ready to pack up to head over to my buddies and try and get some sleep before the tournament. Let us pull out my black light. Wait, where is my black light? That's not my black light. Here it is. You should probably turn the regular lights off. Doot, doot, and doot. Fun, right? Look at that. Yep, he's been pretty fun. Still a little bit more to go on him. I'm gonna take some pictures. I'm gonna pack up. I gotta get moving. Gotta get everything together. I gotta double check, make sure I have everything so that when I head out, I'm not just like showing up missing like rulers and tokens and shit. Oh, dude, I'm so worried. I'm not gonna do anywhere near as good as I want to. I'm gonna let everyone down. No. Imposter syndrome to full power. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna probably binge watch some Knights games tonight from 10th to see kind of options that I might have access to. Cause like my worry right now is I can easily pace out in my head a kill team game so that I know like how many points am I gonna have? How do I block the points my opponent might get? Blah 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 blah. Like I can do that. That's perfectly fine. I have the issue of not really knowing that still. Like right now, I don't really know the pacing of that for 40k. I don't know that if I let them take mid, will I be able to recover? I don't know. I've not experienced that. Maybe I should actually try it and like be okay with it. I don't know. I don't have enough reps. Not enough reps. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Hopefully video next week, Underworlds. It is partially edited. Most of the B-roll is already taken and done. I just got to piece it together, but I will not be around most of the rest of this weekend, so I won't be able to do it. Yeah. Hopefully stream Monday. Check on the Discord to keep up to date. Till next time, guys. Later.